YouTube, you gotta give me a better product. Seriously. I got video on. I am working on stuff. I am, just to let you all know. I'm working on stuff. There's a lot of setting up to do and stuff. I'm working on trying to do some music videos too, I think. I think so. A lot of cryptid stuff coming up this summer. That's what there's stuff to be done. I can't explain it, but there's like, you just don't put out a product with like, snap my fingers and it's done. So I've been doing other stuff, so I'm behind. I'm getting caught up. Gotta go to Wegmans later to pick up a prescription. I had to shut that YouTube stream down because it was a joke. It's like it gets a bad link or something and it doesn't, it's not working right. Let's go for a little drive. Just a little drive. Dealt with some of the dogs. I don't want to deal with all of them yet. My friend's coming down to New Jersey from Canada. She's gonna have an operation. I'm happy for her. She's needed it. She's wanted it for a long time. My other friend in Canada, she still doesn't have power. When she told me, she said there's a big storm, but I'm okay. I was like, okay, I didn't think too much about it. Because she had COVID, I was like, that seems like, I think she's 62 or something. I can't remember what she said recently. She's, she's about my age. So I'm like, COVID. No, it sounds like the storm. Like she might have she's right. The storm was the bigger deal. She's no dummy. She's vaccinated and she's fine. She still doesn't have power. I mean, it's been like a week. It seems like a week without power. That's a long ass time. Somebody was talking about it. It ran through Michigan. It sounds like it ran through Michigan and up through Sault Ste. Marie. I'm not really sure where she is in Canada, but she got hit pretty bad, I guess. Nature's a weird fucking thing, isn't it? This isn't coffee time. This is Red Bull time. I need to consciously be more tolerant. I'm trying to be more tolerant of people's what would the term be? Not everybody's gonna think like you, you know. Not everybody's gonna have the same concerns as you, me. You know, we all have different concerns. Some people really aren't concerned about some stuff at all, like politics and stuff. They're not educated, or else they wouldn't be on the subject, or they would not be following who they follow, or who they think is their guy. You know, I mean, I was conservative for years. Now I'm like a centrist Democrat independent or something. It's a right-leaning Democrat, because my party is just shit. Reminds me of Germany in 1938. Don't think it can't happen here. It can. It can happen anywhere. It's like mass hysteria. Obviously, people grab onto like something that makes sense to them, and they hold on to that one thing. It's like the older you get, supposedly, the more unable you are to shake your original thoughts. I don't think that's my case. I sort of make a conscious effort to evolve some way. I don't want to stay the same. And whether that's me learning green screen or whatever, I don't want to stay the same. The technology part's difficult for me, but I don't want to be a Luddite. I don't want to do that. So it's more difficult the older you get to shuck the thoughts you've been thinking for a long time aside and say, well, that's not correct. I need to do something different. Like, it's more convenient to, it's easier to just not think and confront yourself. You know, confronting oneself and saying you're wrong about something is really difficult. It's difficult for everybody. It doesn't matter what you want to say that you're wrong about. You know, it could be personal things. It could be, politics is what we're talking about. But it's really difficult to come to the conclusion that you're a fuck up. That's sort of the problem. We get so set in our ways that it makes it even more difficult. So you always run into the old person. People are difficult to deal with. I don't like dealing with them unless they're kind of evolve, or they're starting from a point where they evolved years ago, and they have it's more more than just common sense. There's something else there too. I mean, you know, we could talk about epistemology all we want, but it's a fact that a lot of times you don't really know why. You know something, you just do. And that's sort of how a lot of us function. It's like in this realm of like intuition, which would be me. I'd be one of those people. I'm pretty intuitive. It can be bad too, because intuition can be incorrect. Intuition is the body language and shit. You know, you have your own baggage. You know, everybody has baggage. Actually, a lot of the times, I'll misread people. I know I do. And it's, you know, sort of how. Oh man, just need some caffeine. My art that I'm working on is looking great. Everything is going to be real good, and it's going to be. I'm trying to be realistic about when I could have like stuff ready to. I've been showing the last gallery that I showed at. I've been showing her. She's game. She's already said let's do another show. I really like her. I do. I'll probably end up showing with her. The only problem with her is I don't know if she can make a sale, but I don't know that she can't make a sale. And there's, you know, my stuff's a hard sell. You gotta have the right buyer, or you gotta have the right institution. It doesn't make it easy for any gallery. I mean, I don't know. Jeannie Freilich was looking at my work, and she was like my one show with Trump, she was like, yeah, I really like this. You know, because another gallery owner she was a gallery director of Lesson, or where was she at that time? I can't remember. One of the bigger galleries in the world. She's like, I like it, and I'll try my best, but I just don't know if I can sell it. But I'm gonna try. So it doesn't really matter who it is. You know, I showed once, a couple times with Derek Eller, and that's somebody that I'd like to make contact with, you know. But Derek's like, either your stuff's gonna sell or it's not gonna sell. And that's the approach every gallery has with me. It's like, we price it way up, because like that's our market, you know. It's either a big collector or a institution, so price it up. I mean, I'm getting older, so it's sort of the point where, you know, they're gonna have to take me, you know, the older you get, the more shows you have under your belt, they gotta take you seriously at a point, and, you know, that's sort of what happens. You, about 55. That's what every artist says. Yeah, it wasn't until about I was 55 years old when I started making sales. I mean, I made sales in my 30s and 40s, but not like uh, you know, way though. You know, as far as our career goes, I consider myself lucky. I mean, because I get to do what I want. You know, it'd be worse if I like, okay, sales, but nobody of any, you know, no gallery that was any good wanted to show me, or it was just like, like I was a painter that, I know a couple painters in Mexico, you know, Santa Fe area, and they make a living from their work, but at what cost? That's the way I look at it. It's like it's all like this sort of like people are buying stuff for what looks good above a couch. You know, like, oh fuck, man. I've had people not many times, people have said something to me, like trying to get me to do a commission, and I'm like, do you know who you're talking to? I'm not doing a commission, okay? I'm not painting something for your room. You know, you want what? You want it blue? No, I'm not doing that. I make work for myself, you know. I wanted to sign in that tree. I don't know why. It's pretty high up. I just want to, I'm looking for a reaction, of course. What the fuck is this? And how the fuck did he do that? Sort of like that. You want that sort of sense of awe when somebody walks in a room. You know, like, oh, what the fuck? Like, you know, you want them to, oh, with this next show, I'm going to get it. I know I'm going to get it. The stuff just is going to look. It's moving, it's interesting, it's colorful. There's stuff to jump from, meaning there's like, there's environmental undertones for sure. My stuff's always been political in some respect. I mean, blatantly political. You know, like the Trump show, the old man and the sheep. That was just blatant. My disdain for that guy. But it's always politics or religion or environment. It's always those things, which is similar to subjects or ETs, is similar to subjects of outsider artists. But I'm not a naive. There's no way I'm naive, you know. A museum has some of my work. God, where is that? It's like the museum of some outsider art museum. I should contact them. That's who I should contact. I mean, I meet all the qualifications, but I'm not naive. But there are some people that are in that museum that, you know, went to Harvard and Yale. There's got to be like this, like, and I have all those themes and everything. Like I'm, I guess, what would the term be? Eccentric enough. Now I don't find myself eccentric, even in the slightest. I see myself. Look at that chipmunk. I see myself as very normal. Yeah, eccentric is a polite way of saying crazy, and I'm really not. I'm not crazy. There's a lot of bullshit on the internet about me that's just not true. I date underage girls. That's the most fucked up shit I've ever heard. In their 20s is underage. Sorry. It's not. It sounds like, you know, what do you want me to do? Like, what the fuck? You know, there's a lot of bullshit about me. I'm sure my house sort of looks like strange to people, you know. There's a lot of stuff that just isn't true. I've got Asperger's. I don't have Asperger's. Um, the stuff that's just rotten just is like, it's got to be let it roll off like a water off a duck's back. You can't let it bother you because it's not true. You know, it's just ridiculous. It is like somebody that wants to go around sort of smudging people's reputations and shit is just like, I don't really even know if it does anything bad for my reputation. Seriously, it's like it's just more like advertisement or something. I don't know, like it's just absurd. You know, it doesn't matter. People that know me know the truth, so it really doesn't fucking matter. Like when I'm dead and gone and somebody's writing a book, they might say some shit about me, but nothing's too bad. You know, never, never hit a woman. I was a stinking drunk at a point, and then I got sober. You know, I feel like I'm doing my shit on the planet. I do know that I help. I mean, I care. I have empathy, which is something that some people don't have. So I consider myself lucky that I do, because either you have it or you don't. And I've known people that don't have it, and it's weird. It's hard for a person that's empathetic to deal with a person that's unempathetic, because you keep giving and they keep taking, and then I don't know, maybe that's why people that are empathetic deal with unempathetic people, is that it dovetails for some reason. It's like there's a lot of dovetailing in this world. You'll see that like in your relationships and shit. It's like things that can really go together for some reason. Um, the blue jay in that pine tree. That chipmunk's running back and forth. Oh, he's living in that tree. But I'd like to get in the biannual before I'm fucking 65. I was cruising across the highway now. I'd like to get in the biannual before I'm dead. It's not even like the best show anymore. It's just like the show that, like when I was in the Navy, I was like, I saw a catalog on it. I saw the reason the guys wanted to go into art, but like I hurt my leg. Then when I was recuperating in the hospital, that's when I started painting. And I opened up this drawer, and there was like, in the Navy, it was weird. I opened a drawer, and there was this thing called the New York Art Review. Why it was in my fucking room in the Navy, man, there were just not like art aficionados in the Navy. It was weird. You know, I was on base. So I started looking through that, and I saw like Klaus Oldenburg, Christo, whoever was big like in the late 70s, early 80s. And I was like, oh, I can do that. You know, I can do that. Now, I didn't have the, my mind hadn't grown enough, but I knew that I could make contemporary art, and I just didn't know what direction it was going to go in. So you know, my mom sent me these acrylic paints. I said, I want to go to art school, and she said that's a pretty good idea. And she sent me like a Liquitex like box of acrylics and brushes. And my mom was always so going into art. She had no problem with it. Like, either did my dad, really. But my dad always wanted me to do something. Like when I came out of the Navy, he was like, go down to the plumbers union. And I called him, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be a plumber. I didn't want to be a welder. I didn't want to be a fireman. I just wanted to go to art school. And so I made all these paintings. Made a lot. I'm sort of like I'm very much like I am now as far as production went. And I've always been under the. I've had a plan the whole time, which is do as much as you can as fast as you can. I mean, originally I was like flood the market. It's not flood the market. It's fill up the space and be generous. Be generous to the viewer. Be as generous as you can with the viewer. And that's the approach that I take. I never have a light show. It would be atypical of me to have a gallery space that was sparse. The last show was sort of just a lot of filler. It was really about the USS Turtle. But like the next show, wherever it is, it's going to be individual things that are just going to be like I mean, individual large scale, installational things. So it's going to be it'll be a heavy show. It'll be a lot of pieces. Might have be more sparse than the last one, but it'll have a density to it that'll be like, it's in and you're like, what the fuck is that? And it moves. Um, so I was convinced when I saw the New York Art Review. I remember the Klaus Oldenburg, seeing that, and there's just all kinds of contemporary artwork in that thing that I was just like, that's what I'm doing. That's what I wanted to do in first grade when I saw the Van Gogh show. I'm like, I'm gonna do that. Van Gogh's works was speaking to me in first grade. I was like, that's fucking cool. I even sort of painted like in a Van Gogh style when I first started painting. I would like mimic impressionism, but I would do it in such a way that it would be like a weird zirconian landscape. I didn't know at that point that you could paint with references. Everything was painted out of my head. Like these sort of weird scenes, or like maybe I saw a picture in a magazine. I would use that kind of reference to sort of look at, but I knew nothing about like drawing the figures, so they always looked really fucking weird. I wanted to do, I was planning on doing paintings too. And of course, I would use a reference and a camera of some kind to project the images. There's a hayloft that would be a great painting studio, and that was sort of the plan. It's still there. It's still sort of a plan. Sort of like getting a kiln going in the backyard. I think that I could build I know I could build like a raku kiln, but I think it'd be easier just to do propane. And I've looked at those to set that up, man. I think I could build a kiln using cinder block and then line with fire brick, and then just using a propane, it's like a brush torch, just jam it in there and heat the damn thing up. And not even, it wouldn't need a door. You could just seal it with brick. You could have the whole thing together, but then when you put your item in there, you seal it up. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, kind of low tech, but I mean, really, like, how hard is it to like stack the fire brick and like turn the thing on? Some of it's going to be trial and error, of course. I'm sure I'm going to bust some shit, but I was around. I'd go to the ceramics department at KCAI. I'd be like, I'd talk to him. I just really had like not a whole lot of interest in it. I will say this about ceramics. People that do ceramics, they make money. All those people at school were making money. It was like the end of the semester, they were selling shit like crazy. But there are people in the painting department. Paintings make money. You wanna make some money, and you're a painter and you stick with it. You're probably gonna make some money. The problem arises when you make a product that is strictly for yourself and to entertain yourself. People, it's harder to sell. It's a harder sell because you have something that, like, you need a real contemporary home that has a lot of space. So that's sort of the realm that I'm in, because I don't really give a shit. I'm going to make it for me. Either you're going to like it and want to buy it, or you're just going to like it, or you're going to hate it. So most people just sort of like, oh, that's cool. But they're not thinking, oh, I could put that in my fucking hallway. Trump fucking a watermelon. That would look great. People aren't thinking that. So it's all, I don't know. Life is short, I will say that. Don't waste time. I'm wasting time right now, but sometimes you gotta kick back. Yeah, and everybody, man, if I was teaching, I had an opportunity to give my CV to Columbia years ago. I hadn't graduate, I didn't graduate from KCAI. That Columbia didn't seem to care. It was weird. They were like, no, you don't need that. Like, we want to see it. I told that to somebody that went to an Ivy League school, and they're like, no, you have to have a no, you do not. That is not a requirement to teach. At that level, teaching college or university, you do not need a degree. If you can do it and they hire you, you're good to go. And it would have been for somebody that was leaving that was the head of a department. So I just didn't think I was going to get it. I thought if they were going to give me anything, they'd give me like a, I don't know, a couple hours or something. You know, it just wouldn't be worth it. But I forgot what I was saying. Something about saying something to the youth is probably not that important because people have a tendency just to do their own thing, and some people are more sponge-like than others, you know. I'm sort of a sponge, definitely. I just soak in stuff from TV and my relationships with people, and then when I make art, I'm thinking about that shit, but it ends up being like something more, um, it's disguised as political stuff or religious stuff. I don't think people realize that a lot of the times when I'm making something like that, it's like totally has to do with my inability to understand somebody's point of view that I know, or, you know, something like that. It just is, okay, I always think about bubblegum, how bubblegum looks, like wrapped up. Like, that's that movie that I want to make. The Bigfoot movie is like that. It's like this, it's like bubblegum, but it's got depth. So I want the viewer to look at it and make their own decision about what it's about. But I want them to think about the human condition, because that's what this all is anyway. I mean, it's like, why are we here? Why are we dealing with people? Why are we so social? Why do we have to that? You know, what do we have to know about the universe? What do we have to know about the solar system? It'd be easier if we didn't. You know, dogs got it so easy. They do. They got it easy. It's like, all they have to do. I love squirrels. I was involved in squirrel rescue for years. I had some that lived with me, some that were like injured. Ratty lived with me for years. I love that guy. Um, not an easy animal to live with, and I know, you know, do as I say, not as I do. But like I was involved with this rescue organization that had wildlife rescue people, and you know, they knew I could do it, and they're like, you know, Ratty wouldn't climb. They tried everything, and Ratty wouldn't climb, so Ratty would have been dead. Ratty ended up climbing for me. But Ratty, the story with Ratty was somebody bottle fed Ratty, and Rat Boy ran up a electrical wire, and somehow got shocked. Like he was like let loose in a park, and he was used to people, so he was chasing this little kid around, and then somebody from across the street came running at Ratty with a rake, and Ratty ran up on an electrical pole and got zapped. And so he was burnt. He was all burnt up, and he was afraid to jump up, you know, to climb. So they asked me if I would take him, you know, because they're like, hey, you know, so it's a squirrel. You love squirrels. Why don't you just take this guy home and you work with him, see if you can get him to climb and make him into a pet. So that's what I did. So Ratty lived with me for quite some time. He was like 10 or something when he died. But I like rodents. I just can't have mice and rats living in my house. I just, you know, it's the country. They're around. So, you know, I do bait them outside the property, you know, where the dogs can't get it. That's real important. If you use bait, man, you better be real careful. Do not bring it on your property. If you have a dog, don't have it in your basement. Don't have it in your house. Anywhere the dog can get, do not have it. And of course, use a bait box, and stack the bait box with tires and shit. Just make sure that they can't get in it. No rat bait on my property. It's like underneath the porch would be a place that I would put it. I cut a hole, and then because rats will try and burrow. So if they want to burrow into the house, they might try that. So I throw it in there because dogs can't get in there. And then like on the in the barn, I don't allow the dogs in the barn, and then I also take it all the way to the outside of the barn, like right before it meets the field, and leave it there. My neighbor's got chickens. There's no other way. There's no other way. She's gonna have the chickens. There's gonna be fucking rats. So it's a bummer. It's a bummer. I just hope that like chipmunks don't get into it. That's all I can do is hope, because I love the chipmunks. But you have to watch that shit. Do not bring it into your basement, your house. Don't put it anywhere if you have a dog, man. They will fucking eat that shit. If they do, you need to get them to vomit. And let me tell you something. Oh, look at that little baby chipmunk. Let me tell you something about dogs. They're unlike, hey, buddy. He's got his mouth full. They're unlike humans. Like humans, if you want them to vomit, you use something called ipecac. And look at him looking at me. He's got his cheeks full. You use ipecac, and that'll cause you to vomit, or the human to vomit. You could give a dog ipecac all day. They're not going to vomit. You use hydrogen peroxide. So if you do have a dog and they eat something, you should have that on your, ready to go. The best way to do it is mix it in with some dog food, so they'll eat it, and then it just sort of bubbles up in their stomach and they throw up. The dosage, you check it out. I'm not going to give the dosage because you should check it out anyway. But you don't have to like use a whole bottle. Trust me, you don't have to use a whole bottle. So, but you really watch that rat poison. It's necessary. It's just like, God damn it, man. I had this redundancy deal with dogs that like you gotta be careful. They can never get out. They always have to be sort of you have to make sure that they're attended. Like if there's one door, there's got to be two. Fences if you have a fence, dogs will climb. It's got to at least be 6 feet. I have a redundancy. It doesn't even matter if I'm out there in the yard. There's got to be a redundancy so that nothing happens. Because I take care of other people's dogs. So it's like mine, I'm fucking a maniac with. I worry about them constantly. So of course I'm going to worry about other people's dogs too. Because it's like worse. I'm worse. I worry about them even more. That rat bait, some of it, the one that is a mega dose of vitamin, what is it? Vitamin D3. It's a mega dose of that. You give the dog an anticoagulant, which is the antidote is vitamin K that you give them, and then there's another one that's a neurotoxin that will really fuck the dog up. Get it out of them, and there is no real antidote other than time. Be careful. I will say this, that they do make some stuff. I remember my friend Susan had a mouse in her place in Brooklyn. She was using something, she was using corn or something that was, I'm like, Susan, that is a scam. No, it really works. They eat corn and they die. I go, man, rodents eat grain. You really think that this is going to work? Snap traps are a good choice if you want to use inside the house with a dog, right? You could use snap traps. That's not going to kill your dog, or your cat, and you can sort of block those off, and you don't really have to worry about, the, it could get its tongue or whatever. But they're probably gonna set it off and misfire. But like, um, I gotta be careful. That shit sucks. That shit like it's nasty. I use snap traps too. I use snap traps. If I use bait, it has to go someplace like sort of out of the realm of the dog. There's just no other way to do it. Snap traps, I have a lot of those. I'm not fucking around. I can't have them. Snap traps, like I'll have them in the barn, because I'll put those up where like a dog can't get them. Those they work pretty good. That's a good way to kill the rat real quick, and that's what you want. The poison, it does sort of have a humane quality to it, and then it just fucks them up. Like the anticoagulant, they don't have, start bleeding to death, so they go to sleep. It's like lack of oxygen. Um, it all sucks. I wish I didn't have to do it, but if you don't, if you're gonna have chickens around, you're gonna get the fucking rats, and my neighbor likes chickens, so I'll deal with it. No rats at all. And then the chickens come, rats. And then her brother across the street, like he didn't want the chickens anymore because of the rat problem, and she likes them. So, but I mean, it's a problem. They just want to eat the chicken food, and it just attracts them like crazy. Live trapping a rat is sort of. I'm gonna walk over here and take a leak. I'll be right back. With the clam shell and the seahorse and the mermaid, that would be enough to fill up the one gallery. But I'm already making more. It's, I can always edit stuff out if I do that gallery. I always want more, and then other stuff could be shown someplace else. You want the gallery to be able to say, yeah, he's got this shit too at his house. He just couldn't fit it in. But I do. I'm working on several things. I got a bunch of different things you're gonna go down. I built that mushroom. That was one of those, sort of like the clamshells, installational or photography, you know, like that, like, you know, that's sort of the clamshell was like build the clamshell and then set it up as a photograph and maybe use it as an installational piece too. Like it could be used several different ways. The giant mushroom would be like that too. Could definitely be used like that. Um, I I don't know. I think when I think of the giant mushroom, I think of the Smurfs for some reason. Like some kind of weird fucking freak ass scene. You know, I don't know. Leprechauns and shit like that. Um, there's a lot of stuff that I'd like to do, that I like to make. It's mostly about money, getting enough money to make the stuff. You know, materials are expensive. That's my main cost, is materials. I mean, I would imagine I spend more on materials than I do. It's probably close to food, at least. I mean, if I've had the choice to make something or eat, I've always gone with like make something. I'm obsessed with it. I just that getting it done and then getting it out of the studio and seeing it in a gallery space is like, that's what I love. Look at that point when I can step back and go, look at that, it's running. It looks great. Or getting a review. The next show will be reviewed. Someone will review it. I can already tell. It's like the other one I was hoping because of the USS Turtle, but the other shit in there was just like filler. There will be no filler in the next show. The next show is just going to be dense. It's going to be real dense. That was my pandemic show. That was get out of the, you know, pandemic sort of going on, but I'm going to continue making art anyway. What are you going to do, you know? You're going to sit around and not do anything, you know? If you make fan art of me, will you see it? Yeah, if you put it on Twitter, I'll definitely see it. Put it on Twitter. It's at PT Caine. Some of the fan art that people have made is real good. Some of it looks a lot like me. Some of it's funny. It's caricatures. Some of it is like this idealized me, which is like, really, I look like that? Thank you. You know, it doesn't really look like me. I don't think. I'm not really sure what I look like. So, you know, everybody's got a different opinion of like people's perception of other people. You know, how people perceive the trolling shit. You know, the whole fucking he dates underage women crap. You know, really? Because I've never dated anybody under 20 since I was, you know, 20. You know, 1920 or something. That's your perception of me? Really? So that's incorrect. You know, like how do you groom an adult? You can't. That's just it. If dating somebody in their 20s was you know, I don't even want to talk about it. It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, how do you deal with that shit? You just ignore it. You know? It's like, it's moronic shit is what it is. What am I gonna do today? Make art. I'm gonna work with Lutzy with the. I'm gonna move the barrel, the burn barrel. I'm gonna take some stuff out of the burn barrel, move it, and dump it along the edge because it'll make it like, it'll make it impossible for it'll be too acidic to, or it's a base. I'm not sure, but it'll make it so that weeds can't grow. I'll make it sterile. And then I'm gonna move that burn barrel so that I can work with Lutzy. So Lutzy's a nut. He'll knock into the burn barrel. That dog's running. He's not thinking. And then so I'm gonna work with Lutzy in the back because like out in the field it's too much excitement. So I'll work at a smaller area to keep him more contained, and then we'll go back out to the field. He did do it yesterday. He was real excited and being a dick at first, but he did do it. But I need, what's up, MZ? I need more muscle memory of him. Like, he's so excited. He was like, he went behind me. He needs to come to heel. So know that. There's little things that you're not going to think make a difference in your dog's behavior. And that is what makes all the difference. So instead of him, like here I am, and him getting the frisbee and coming in like this, he's so excited he's doing this half moon thing and coming back. That is unacceptable. He tried it a few times. If the dog does it its own way, it's going to do it its own way with other things too. So you have to be really specific with the dog. No, you have to do it this way. If they don't do it that way, you need them to make sure that they do it the proper way, or else they just screw up. You know, they just totally screw up. There's somebody over here on YouTube telling me that they think I'm wrong. Yeah, the 58-year-old dog trainer that can train dogs to open up refrigerators, do frisbee, you know, just a wide variety of things and evict problems is wrong. Sure, okay. You keep going with that. I bet you don't even own a dog, kid. I mean, seriously, that's the kind of stuff that's just absolutely absurd. Like somebody would argue a point about dogs with me. Like somebody, you know, like this thing of like, you don't train with food. No, why would I? Well, you know, and then somebody's like last night, they're like, well, you know, questioning like, why do I not train with food? Because it causes excitement. Why am I even talking about this? Like, why do people not know this? Why is food, you know, like, why does everybody think that food's good to train with? It's not. It causes excitement. It makes you look like a resource for snacks. Why don't you all know this? Why has this been given to you all as like, this is the way to do it. This is the humane way to do it. This is the way they did it at SeaWorld. Oh, as if that was humane, right? That was real humane. It's not necessary. It's totally not necessary. They like the command itself. That's positive reinforcement. They like to go through doors. That's a point of positive reinforcement. They like to run. Positive reinforcement. If you're doing retrieves, you don't even have to say good or good boy. Think about it. They like doing it. They're going to do it right just because they want to do it and they want to please you. So to hear somebody that went to ABC food training school saying that they think I'm wrong, really? Because you probably trained your dog with food and they offer behaviors, right? Which isn't a good thing. The food trained dog, they start like just giving you behaviors to do anything to get the food. It's nonsense. You don't want to exacerbate the excitement. You want the dog to be as calm as possible. That's why when you see me working with the dummy launcher, which causes excitement because of the report and the dummy going off of the launcher, it's a visual excitement. You'll see, like Lutzy, for instance, like he gets like, right? That is excitement. So I need him to do it right, because the more calm that the dog is, the better. So even though that he's sort of calm, right? I need him calmer. You want the dog to do a retrieve to be so calm right before he goes, and then there's a burst of energy. That's what you should be looking for with your dog. You know. Yeah, so we have this person, what they do, what this person does, it's always one person, right? It's always one person. There's like software that they can use to troll. So they sit here and argue a point or say something just obnoxious, and then you remove them, and then they just come back with another account. It's mindless dribble. It is. It's like, don't you have anything better to do? Like, oh, you really got me. You know? It's really weird that that's like somebody's hobby, but there's a lot of people that do it. It's there's some kind of mental illness involved there. Something's wrong with the person that, like, you would even spend money for that software. Like, why would you want the program, whatever it is, to do that? Like, like, you really don't have anything better to do. It's all so predictable. Now the person will do it again, right? They'll say something, and then you'll be like, this is that person. And then a couple more comments, you'll see that it's the person. Sometimes they'll be on there with two different, like, it looks like two different people, and they're talking back and forth, and it's really obvious that it's like one person. Like, I just, I'm past the point of, like, I've never been on my YouTube channel like, oh, I'm gonna just keep people around because it's a sub. When in doubt, get rid of them. I don't need it. I don't. It's absurd. I don't know. Whatever. I want to go make art. See how close these names are. Yeah, they're real close. They're like sort of, they're names that, like, they're not close names, but they're like names, like somebody's trying to use a real name because it's more believable that, they're not a troll if they have a picture and a name. Because a lot of trolls will just, like, they'll just open up an account, right, and it doesn't have a picture. That's a dead giveaway that it's a troll. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of St. Petersburg, trolls. If you say anything against the Russian accounts, then you get trolled. It's, it's just like, oh, that really hurts me, I mean, most people see those Russian accounts for what they are now. I don't know. Oh, Charlie's birthday. All right, let's go. I'll go get to work. This is a nice... How long did I do this? I've been away for an hour. I'm up now. Thank you. I gotta go to Wegmans later, pick up a script. That's the one thing I need to do away from, you know, the house. I'd like to start letting the dogs out, go out there with a black magic marker, define the one shell, the top half that's going to be seen, and get that back on, because that's going to be seen in the round, and then start defining the front of, you know, the front of it a little bit more, and then I'm going to attach it to the bottom. I'm also going to make the bottom more stable so that it doesn't rock, which will be real easy. And then it's gonna. I got it all. I signed it this fucking winter. I wanted to work on it. It was just like, it was not practical to make something like that in the house, and it wasn't practical to make it in the barn because the barn was fucking freezing. You know, I could sit out in the barn and do a you know, like a live stream right in front of the heater. That's one thing, but you know, going out there for any length of time and trying to get that thing going would have been like a nightmare. It would have been. I'll do that a lot of times. Like, I'll design the thing in my head, and then when it's time to make it, it's time to make it. I sort of have this ability to shift on what I'm working on. Like, I don't have I've never had writer's block. I can do this. I can do stream of conscious if I want to. I can do this on stage if I want to. Hang on. Yeah, well, I'm making it, and I know what I'm doing, so it isn't easier, because if you laid it flat, it's not going to lay flat because it's going to rock, okay? It's on the one side. On the other side, you have to get into the shell, the center part. You can't do that. That's why it's against a wall. So I'm making it, and this is the way that I'm doing it. So, but thanks. You know, it's all been considered. So if it was easier, believe me, I'd be doing it. So I'm working on it like a painting against the wall. It's the truth. There will become a time that it will be flat, and that's when I'm not a gob out with a sander. That's when I'm doing it by hand. Probably a lot of that will be done flat. Some of it's going to be done flat. Some of it's going to be done when it's all together. But that's all finished sanding that I'll be doing by hand. When you're doing it, it isn't as it appears to be. So, like, I understand that when watching it, you're like, why didn't he lay it down flat to get to the center area? Because you had to, like, stretch over it. So, and then if you're stretching over it and you're using the sander, everything's going in your face. So that's an issue too, because I get covered in the fucking styrofoam. So that's an issue. I don't mean to be flip, but it's just how it is. I don't know. Fuck it. They'll look good when it's done. I am gonna use thin set. It's like to like sort of skim coat it, and then I'll start polychrome it. But I think thin set's the proper material to use. I'll probably use a little liquid nails to fill in area, and then I'll put thin set over that. It's good. That thing's gonna be a really nice piece. How I'm gonna show it, I'm not really sure. I just know it's gonna be nice. However I show it, it's gonna be good. it can also be something that I can use. I can use it multiple different ways. I'll reuse art. It can be in an installation and sort of change and then be used for something else. That'll probably always be a clam though. Just maybe a different context or something. I didn't mean to be a dick. If I sounded like a dick, sometimes I mean to be a dick. Here's my utility knife, my breakaway blade. Need this. I gotta put her in here. Maybe I'll just take you all back there and just plug you all in and start letting the dogs out and start working on that thing. I love brown sparrows. God, they're little killers. Look at them. They're so smart. You have no idea. Everybody always says the raven and the, I'm telling you, these brown sparrows are fucking brilliant. They're more stable than a crow or a raven too. They're real. Man, I've lived with them. Chuck Chirpy and General Washington, man, they were fucking incredible. God, they loved mealworms. They loved just killing them, They loved it. They went crazy for those things. I watch those, and they will hunt in packs like a dog. They lay in wait. That's how they just lay in wait in like a bush. There'll be several of them, and then when the flying insect comes by, they all attack it. It's beautiful to watch. It reminds me of watching wolves go after buffalo. They'll eat seeds too. They're omnivorous. They're more omnivorous than like a crow or a raven. They really scavenge for. They like dead meat. They like caring for sure. I'm doing all right, Edward. How you doing? I'm gonna go start working on shit and letting dogs out. I'm gonna start working on the clam shell right away. Looks like it's raining there. No, it's not raining. It's New York State. That's good, Edward William. Man. I guess it's time to get to work. I'll just keep these going, huh? Unless they shut off. My citrus trees look good. I'll move those out in the yard today. And the kumquat's already out there. But the kumquat I cut down so much, it doesn't have any leaves or anything. So I'm just waiting for that to sprout. And then the money tree, I think the money tree's staying on the porch. I don't know where else to put it. Money trees don't need a lot of, how's the weather there? It looks like it's gonna be great today. Money trees don't need a lot. It's an understory tree. They don't need a lot of water. It's a succulent that does not need a lot of water. Well, succulent. Doesn't look like a succulent, but it is. And watch the man. Do not ever put your in anything other than terracotta. You put your plant in something. A philodendron could probably go in anything. They can grow on water for months, maybe a year or two. But like, man, use terracotta for your indoor plants, and get a fan on them too. That really makes a difference. Like, then you're thinking you want to try and match nature as much as possible. You know, the fan is a big deal for your plant. It's really going to help. And it doesn't really matter what kind of plant it is. It helps. I did eat breakfast. I had like I made this like TV dinner thing last night, and then I woke up and I ate that, and I just, you know, got some caffeine in me. Let's go. I'm gonna take you all back there, stick you on a tripod, and start letting the dogs out and start working on this shit. Might as well keep you all going. I do have. I know it sounds like bullshit when I say I have video coming up, but I do. And I got video coming up that's real. I have video coming up that is good. It just, you know, I haven't been doing the cryptid stuff as much lately, so I am going back into that, and it's required some planning. So that's what I've been doing. I'm getting it together. Getting my shit together is what I'm doing. Yeah, that basil plant looks like shit. Give it some water. Yeah, the money tree looks good out here. So far, so good. Yeah, I fixed that thing. That thing had root rot. So you can't just don't put them in plastic or ceramic, man. Ceramic does not breathe. You know, when you have it in the terracotta, most plants you're gonna have to water more because it breathes. You're gonna lose. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm putting you on Wi-Fi. Hang on. There you go. What's up, guys? Hang on, Gus. You could be first. Let me go back here and do this. Yeah, it looks real nice today. I'm gonna dig into the clam shell real quick, and then I'll start letting Gus out. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's not hot. It's not cold. I got long pants on right now. Where are we gonna put this? Hang on. Yeah, you know, if you were here to help me work out the clamshell, that'd be one thing. But it's me doing it. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to sound like a dick, but if you were working on it, I'd say go for it. Do it however you want. But I'm finding that it's better to have it up like a painting. And that's sort of how I am anyway. I like think of everything as a painting because I'm sort of a painter that doesn't paint. Everything goes back to the wall. Like think about it, like even like I make a diorama, you know, like a painting. rectangular thing. Did come out here right away this morning to check out my mermaid head, see how dry it was. The one that I started a few days ago. It's over there on a pike. It's over there on a pike. You can see it. Probably see it. Get over there. I can't move this thing. I'm sort of, I get like this, like I forego like even like taking a lake, like because I want to work on something so bad, and that's sort of how I am right at this moment. I want to work on this thing. I'm going to put my wallet in here, which I rarely ever do. Just put my wallet in the barn with my car keys. But you know what? I set shit down all over the house and I'm looking for it, so why not look out here? Because I've already been looking out here. I'm gonna set it over here. I'll set it on this. See if this is turned on. It is. Now, at a point, I'm gonna have to start being more careful with this. Stop like batting it around because it's just gonna make it harder to do. So I'm gonna take this magic marker like I did over here, and I'm gonna sort of give me some lines to work with. Now this has to be exact. A lot of it's going to be defined. Just to finish sanding. I just want some kind of reference. Something like that. Should get a fresh one of these, but screw it. It's amazing I'm even using a mask, but with this, I have to sort of use a mask. There's no other way. This stuff's real fine, so I did do a smart thing waking up and eating that TV dinner. I cooked 2 of them last night. Knowing that I'd eat the one later. I'll tell you, those blue masks, those things are shit. I'm only using N95s. I'm still using those when I go in places. I don't want it, man. I was talking to somebody yesterday. They don't fucking care. I know several people that just don't give a shit. They all have this like right-wing conspiracy shit going on. It's weird. To me, it's weird. getting hot. Oops. to be hot today. I want to look like a refrigerator repairman, but it's getting hot. Wait a minute. Clam. try this. Right? Don't you think? Pants are falling off. Right tool for the right job. Hang on, let me see something. Stuff to work out here. Let's try this. Just when I'm using the sander with this, it's not as much control, so I'm losing a lot of the expanding foam, which is it's not a problem. It isn't, because it can all be filled in. But I'd like to do as little fill work as possible. I'm still going to lose it. Like at this point, like the next time I fill, I might use liquid nails. I might. It really depends on how close to the actual right before I skim coat it is. If it's close, I might use liquid nails. They make detail sanders. They're like a triangle. I wish I had one. I did have one. I used to have one. I just don't anymore. See, like this, I might use liquid nails on this area. Or I might use a sandable product like Bondo. I haven't decided. I was thinking about learning experiences as like a human. Like some of the most negative times in my life, they've been total learning experiences. Like I learned something. Like the whole alcoholism, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from quitting that crap. Like you could always get something. You know, there's always something to grab onto and learn from. You know, when you're talking mistakes and shit, like self-growth, like if there's no, if you're not growing, you're not, you know, Clam Shell. I need shorts on. I need to let some dogs out too. Where's the Yeti plug or anything? Let me yeah. I'm gonna let some dogs out. I'm gonna get this thing out of the sun. So I ain't gonna be here anyway. So if you're still here, you can check this out. I'll turn it on. Maybe it'll break for you. All right. We'll run this. Change the shaft on it. Shit. I don't want him to overheat. That don't work. I guess we'll experiment and see if this one overheats. Shit. Put this shit again. Don't break a shaft. Love the blue dolphin. Love it. It's my favorite. The motor might bust on me though, but we shall see. I'm gonna start letting get some shorts on, start letting dogs out. I'm gonna run this. Cause I did change the shaft. I want to make sure it's cool. Know what I'm saying? I changed the shaft once. I could probably do it again. This one's runnable. I'll run that soon. Just, what am I? Superstitious, I guess. I have some superstitions, for sure. Sorry. I gotta go let dogs out. Let's hope this thing doesn't bust while I'm gone. Usually, you know, if I could get 3 hours running time before it's shown and nothing happens, nothing's going to happen. I'll do the same thing with this one. This one, the mechanics. Like, there's a lot of different fish on here down low. So I want to make sure all those mechanics are working. The boat moves, so it gives it little bit of a well, I don't think it's gonna fuck that motor up. It looks good. It looks like it's in the ocean. I gotta go get shorts on. It's gonna be hot today, I can tell. I'll be right back. I'm back. Got Gus out right now. Working on this head. Need water. I don't have any. I need some lip, some chin. Trying to start building some kind of chin here. Be a process. I use spit. I don't use water for this because the spit glides better than the water. It's an issue. Just liquid nails. This is going to have to be built up. Get a chin. So today I'm going to start doing something as far as the neck goes, because it needs a neck. So this goes out on the pike again, so it can dry and dry quicker. So if I take a break on something, then I can always go grab this, and that's sort of how I work. Like I get more than one thing going, and then that way if I'm taking a break on one thing, I can go work on something else. Gotta keep production up no matter what. Doesn't matter what happens. Hey! What are you? Give me that fucking thing now. Come over here. Oh. It's not yours, kid. Give it to me. It's not yours, man. You didn't want it to be yours. That is running. I think I'm good on this. Yeah, come on, Gus. Movie. Let me go. All right. That is good. Das gut. Now, I've been thinking about this area right here. There's this is where this is very heavy. The seahorse and the seahorse piece is extremely heavy. So I have to slide it off. Slide it off the base, right? See what I'm talking about? You all can see what I'm talking about, right? So it has to come off the piece by sliding it and then picking it up and putting it on a dolly or something. So this area I've been thinking about, and I've been thinking that I ran a bunch of stuff, you know, I molded over, and what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to just get sand, shells, and when the piece is installed, there's just like a mini installation around that. So I'll pour sand on top of, you know, the metal base that this is on, and I'll pour sand over here, and then I'll put seashells and stuff. That way, when it comes down, I can just sweep it up or vacuum it up and slide it off. I want to make it easy. I don't want things to be harder than they need to be. You know, things should be easier, not more difficult. So that's what I'm gonna do. Easy's better. You know, some things that are hard though, you know, it's worth doing them. But this I can definitely make easier and easier. Dog training's not easy, but it's worth it. Now the coral is going to be more stable, so I'm going to seal it. So none of this paint is really here to stay. And moving it, you have a tendency to knock the paint off of the foam. So it's really not a problem. If when I'm installing it, I'll do something like this. I'll give it a spit shine. It's really not a problem. I'm loving this piece. This piece I can turn on, but I have to make sure that when it circles, it's not going to run into anything. So I don't want to fuck the motor up on this and have to change the shaft. That was when that happened that night. I was really bummed out. I was like, oh great, now what am I going to do? You know, like I'd have to buy a new motor, and then I searched the internet for that motor. They don't make it anymore. And I was like, well, maybe I could put a new gearbox on it. You know, this one has a capacitor. This one doesn't, as I remember. This one does not have a capacitor, but it is like a, I don't know, under 10 revolutions per minute. Both of them are. The motor on this one could be changed. Could be slower. I think it's fine on this one. Maybe, I don't know. They could both be changed. I would have to like come into, you know, some wealth, which ain't gonna happen probably. That's my guess. Well, it might. You never know. Doubt it though. Expect the worst, and you'll be happy if good things turn out. Yeah, it's not so bad to be pessimistic, because most of life it's handed to you as shit. But some of it's fucking awesome. Like my hip the last year. I realized that it's the last year that this has happened. It's been slowly getting better. And then the last 4 months, I mean, what can I say? There's no reason for it to be this good. I emailed my doctor. I haven't even checked her response yet. I'm sure she's like, well, that's unusual. I don't know what she's going to say. Doesn't make any sense to me. I'll probably seal this with a dead flat varnish, brush it on. That's what I think. Because that'll be more stable than if I use like a spray, like a spray varnish isn't going to go on thick enough, you know. I mean, I couldn't do this. I could not do that. Like, it's weird. It's weird having more movement in my leg. I'm not making this shit up. You can. There was a time I was using a cane, you know, doing videos. That was very common. I haven't touched that cane. I swear, it's like this last year. I thought it was the last 4 months, but then now I'm looking back at it. It's like the last year. It's just no explanation. I like this magenta. I need some of the pink again. I haven't really seen it. I got a hot pink upstairs. It's a flat, but I want this real bright one. I'm gonna have to buy it online because I can't find any of the neon. What they call neon. Neon's a gas, isn't it? Maybe it's fluorescent. Maybe, I don't know. They call it something that really doesn't make sense. Harley, what are you doing? Like this, I couldn't do this. You gotta be kidding me. I'm not bullshitting y'all. I know it's YouTube and everything. But if I was bullshitting you, man, it'd be awfully elaborate. I'd be planning ahead for years. I'm not gonna start running yet. It's Squirrel's looking good. Thanks. What's up, Jameson? Jameson Shipley. I have a giant anchor over there. It looks like shit, though. I could go back into that and fix it. I might have to. I guess, go back out and work on this thing some more. I would assume. It's not heating up too bad. Oh, I know what I could do. All right. Put the Tower of Babel behind it. Here, Tower of Babel. There we go, that's taken care of. Hang on. Whoops. Yeah, what are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do? You only do so much. See if this comes in here. It does. There you go, heat shield. What's that? This should be shaded. Move this over here. There we go. Harley, I gotta let someone else out. You're gonna have to go in, sis. What's a fucking mask? Harley, come on. Come on, old bar. Charlotte, baby, come on. Come on, let's go. Come on. You can come out later. Put water in the water, dude. All right. Too much wind. I gotta wear gloves here for frisbee. Come on, Harley. Come on, Harley. Go. Come on, baby. Get out of there, bro. Out. So a lot of this is sort of off. Doesn't matter because it's foam. So like I said, I'll just sort of define it as I go. And when I mean, honestly, when I start using filler and stuff like that, that's really going to define it. And the other thing is this, is nothing in nature is symmetrical. They appear symmetrical. Like some faces are more symmetrical than others. Certainly, but sort of aberrations in nature too, like, you know, natural selection is going to fuck shit up. Give me this. See that marker? It's all predictable. Think. That's like this. Flip this thing over. Look at Harley. No, it's not Harley, it's Brew. Right there. Bro, get out of my shit, dude. What's up? Something like that, I think. We shall see. Hey, girl, come on, man. Somebody needs to do something. It's gonna be a fucking shell. Don't tell me it's not. With glasses on and crap in my eyes. Let me look at this. Come on, bro, let me get someone else to help. Oh, fuck yeah, it's a shell. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Watch out, bro. It's gonna fall on you, buddy. It's a shell. It's a shell. Yeah, it is. It's a scallop, isn't it? It's coming together. It's gonna look great. It is. The bottom part, I got that all figured out. It's gonna be nice and stable. So if it is used for somebody to be in it, it'll be stable. If it has animatronics in it, it'll be stable. It's a scallop. It is. It's really starting to look like a scallop. It'll be seen in the round, of course, because the front and the back, I don't know where it's gonna, I don't know. It's like fluted on the inside too. So it's like the opposite. It's just not as pronounced going all the way down because you have that area that the scallop itself is in. So the inside's gonna be a bit easier. You know, it doesn't come to a point down here at this freak section, whatever this is. Fucking scallop. Hey, Brewster, come here, Dick. Brew, you in here? Get your ass out of my fucking studio, you motherfucker. Get out of there. I think I showed him. It's not that he can get. I just don't want the dogs in there, period. Got a bait box at the outside of the barn. They can't get through there. I was talking about that earlier. You're gonna use bait. You gotta be careful. Don't have it any place the dog can go. Go. Hi, Dickweed. Come on, Brewster, heel. You're a good boy, dude. I just don't want you in there because you're a nut. Yeah, this one side needs to be rounded more. Like, more like this side. Where's that? Here, see if I can map this out. So, sort of like, I'm standing like, I think it's that section right there. We'll round it out, bring it down quicker. Something like that. That's more like it. Let's see. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Cuts in more. It's a bigger slope. Cuts in like right here. Comes down. It's like, it goes like this. I'll do that by hand, fuck it. Hey, Tonka. Tonky. Oh, there you go. Get out of my shit, dude. Seriously. Fucking Tonka. That's what it's doing. Hang on. Who's out here? Oh, Tonka. Hey, D-Bag. What are you doing? Yeah. All right. Hang on. I gotta do something before I take you back in. Hang on. Stay there, dude. Tonka, come here. Come on, Tonka. No, here. I don't want you guys in there. There's nothing in there except parts, but I don't trust some of these. Your stuff here. More and more like a scallop every day. Right? Hello, YouTube. What's up, Toxic? All right, Tox. See ya. And I can't see any of this. Let's take this inside for a bit. I'll sit down and take a little bit of a break. Whoops. My heat shield just went down. Fuck. That's another thing I couldn't do is stand very long. Now I seem to be able to stand long. Don't ask me. Crap all over me. It's my keys and my wallet. Like, I won't forget they're out of here. I might not. This could be my new place to leave shit, you know? What's up, Bree Bree? What's up? Getting my fucking scallop working. Should sort of move this out and run this. I'm gonna have to move this, I think. You know what really needs to be moved? Is these extension cords. This chaise lounge, I don't even know I have it. But you know what? I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna hose it off. I'll sit in it. Get out! Tool. I'd sleep in this thing. I don't know why I have this. Maybe somebody... Oh, I think I know why I have this. Yep. McCabe bought this. I'm pretty sure. Well, it could have been Mainstays Garden, Sling Chaise Lounge. It has all the tags on it and everything. Made in China. Doesn't matter. I might sleep in it though. I have to cut this mannequin up so I could get motors in it. It's a small mannequin. I'm not gonna have any trouble moving it. The weight will be fine with the motors I'm using. I want to sort of undulate, like if they have a tail, and then the middle section will go up and down. Wait a minute. The tail will go up and down, back part of the leg will go up and down, and then the middle section will go up and down. And I'm gonna do it with this. So the first thing I'm gonna do is cut its head off, because its head needs to be up. This is gonna be used for something else, but it was never used, so I'm using it. You know. I'm gonna cut this head off right now. Start, cut. You take this out here, so I don't put this garbage in here. I'll turn you guys around. Wow, that's hot. Put this over here. All right. All right. Good boy, Bill. Plug this in. Now let's unplug these. All right. Hey, Bill. Billy. Come here, brother.
No, I don't want you eating that grass. Get the fuck out of here. No, you're fucking disgusting. Get over here, heel. Come on, dude. No. Come on. Gross, dude.
All right. I'm gonna cut this thing. I'm gonna just make necessary cuts that I know for a fact need to be made. Some of it is questionable. The head's definitely getting cut. The neck, the legs are coming off because that's gonna be a fin, and the body, in the middle, I believe. Or no. Tell you what, I'm just gonna do the neck and the legs are coming off. It's a grinder with a cutting wheel on it. Legs are definitely coming off. The head might turn. What's up, Carpenter B? I need more smoothie. It's also, I'm gonna have to grip. You know what? I'm gonna do something with the burn barrel real quick. Sort of seems like the wind is dying down, so I could work Lutzy with a frisbee. That's really what he needs. So. Yeah, no problem. Kimberly. What's up, sassy balls? Ah, there's Matt. This screwed up shoulder and his duber in his other hand. Right, Matt? Right? I know what, listen, I saw what you said last night. That's not true. That is not true. I'm wholesome. You're not. Matt? You, not me. My son is a pigeon. Mango's not my son. He made that very clear. He said it many times. You are not my dad. It hurts to hear that Mango saying that shit, but that's what he says. You are not my dad. But Solar, I'm actually Solar's dad. Which is sort of weird but true. I don't know. I took part in hatching him. Like I held the egg, so I do see him as my actual son. He's a dick. He's a lot like me. He is. He is similar to me in some ways. So you could say, well, that's just because he's living with you. You know, but I don't know, maybe some of my DNA got through the eggshell. No, I don't think that's possible. I talked to him, though, when he was in the egg. I love that guy. I love shit out of Solar. I have a son, you know, without him I would have never had a son. Thanks, Remy. Seriously, thank you, Remy. I'm going to see if I can do something with the burn barrel so that I can work Lutzy with the frisbee. All right, and then work Lutzy. It's sort of died down a little bit. Let me see if I can do something here. Let me just sort of move it out of the way. It's heavy. Full of shit. It's real full. The burn barrel's real full. But if I had this hand truck, I could definitely move it. I don't, you know, I'd probably move it without it, but these are props. They're gonna be used at some point. Just put these over here so they don't fuck up my theme jig I'm working on. That was a fucking bummer. It was a fucking bummer. I don't want that happening again. Having a problem over here. It's the burn barrel. I need to get it out of the way. And what happened is it has all this ash in it, and then it rained. You know, it's rained, so in the burn barrel, it might weigh 450 pounds or something. It's full of water, like wet ash. I gotta work Lutzy. I gotta move that thing because he'll bump into it and shit. It's windy. It's windy again, but let me move. I gotta move this thing. got it moved. I did. I got it moved. The deal with Lutzy. Lutzy is a typical young bird dog, and the burn can. I've seen he'll run into shit. So there will become a time that he's not going to run into shit because he's going to learn that he has to keep an eye out. He can't just run willy-nilly. He's bumping into my leg and shit. So I did leave some tires out there. They all do this when they're younger. It's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. Shit, moving the burn can wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. I love the seahorse too. I like the fact that, I mean, there aren't constant people on Instagram, but there are people that just keep checking in. So it's good. Whatever. I guess I'm gonna go. I'm gonna work Lutzy. Let me get him. I'll move you all. You all can watch. I'll set it up, and that's it. Oh man. Should just take some spray paint a little bit. So that's pretty close to a sea urchin, really. Let me go get Lutzy, let him out. Get him ready. Oh, I might have to do something. This might take a half an hour actually. But I'll be back. Hang on. Oh, that's easier to tell. You know. Give me this. working on the shell. Let me go make sure Lutzie's stuff is all plugged in. I'll be right back. All right, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. Lutzie is a great dog. He is. He's a really great dog. But like this morning when I had him out, I put an e-collar on him. I noticed the e-collar, I did not charge it. Now, like a lot of dogs, he's high drive. He's acquired some bad habits. So I do not put myself in a position with Lutzie without an e-collar on. So I'm charging the e-collar. Now the reason for this is he is collar wise. He knows when the collar's on and he knows when the collar's off. So know that about your dog. If you train your dog and it's e-collar conditioned, you have to keep putting it on the dog. You keep putting it on the dog, even say that the dog's fully trained. It's a finished dog. But she's not gonna, a dog doesn't finish out for years. You know, 3 years or something. Maybe, you know, some of these bird dogs 4 years. But when it's finished out, you keep putting the collar on for 6 months. Now this is do as I say, not as I do. Tonka should have had a collar on this morning, but he didn't. So I'm in this constant battle of like, I gotta charge the collars, I gotta take the collars off the dogs and shit. So, so just know that. And you would say the same, I'll say the same thing about a healing stick. The healing stick you keep using until the dog is functioning properly. So I might have it with me in my back pocket. He knows that I have it with me. If he was circling around, you saw like yesterday, I was holding it out here like, no, 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 no. Makes my arm longer. Makes me look bigger. So I will not work Lutzie until, you know, I was about to bring him out. I checked the collar and it was dead. I saw it this morning. I don't know why I didn't take it off. You know, I should have this morning, like when I said, oh, you better charge the collar. I was putting it on him like it was blinking the wrong shade. but I just did it anyway, and then when he went back in, I forgot to charge it. So don't worry about it. Just try and stay on target as much as you can with your dog. That's all you can do. You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna forget to turn the collar on. Stuff like that. Stuff is gonna fucking happen. So just try and do better the next time. But this is a client. There's no way. And I know this guy. I know what he's gonna try. So there's no way that I'm putting myself in this situation with Lutzy not having an e-collar on and doing frisbee. One, because frisbee is very exciting to any dog. They love doing it. There's a visual excitement of throwing it. That's why you always have the dog sit and then you release the dog. You say the dog's name or okay so that they can get out in front of the frisbee. But these bird dogs, all these hunting dogs, man, they're real excitable. They have a real nice temperament and everything. They're great to work with, but don't think that they're easy to train. They're not. There's no easy dog to train. And the hunting dogs, like say a Labrador, give me a fucking break. I've been around labs my whole life. I'm telling you, they're just because a minuscule amount of them can meet the criteria of a guide dog. Like, out of all the Labradors, I don't know, way less than 1%. It's 1% of the litter from guide dogs. So keep that in mind. You're talking about, it's rare having a dog that's ready to be a guide dog, you know, that meets that criteria. So you get a Labrador, you're getting a, my live stream ended. So let's go to Wegmans. I gotta pick up a prescription. I'll take you all with me. How's that? You like that idea? Let's do that. I don't want to waste time. I gotta go do it anyway. It's after 12. I can go get the shit. Hey, Robin. Let's go. I'm getting stuff done. Look at that. It's brand new. I know who bought that. I know, that was years ago. That was so long ago. I didn't buy it, I'll tell you that. All right, guys, I'll be back. I gotta run to Wegmans. Watch the house. Watch the house. I'll get you something, all right? It's a little hot in here. It's not too bad. this up. I guess, why not, right? It's my deal. Getting used to Instagram finally. And Jerry Kearns. God, I love his work. Such a supportive guy, too. It's not teaching anymore. I don't blame him. Wow, that's fucking bitching. God, I hate that shit. Shut the fuck.
This photo editing app is.
What are we doing here? Shut up with your photo editing app. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna do this. Hang on. All right. I gotta run in. I gotta just take one big slug of green drink, okay? And I'll be right back. It'll take a second. Okay, move, wool. I'll be right back, okay? Let me plug this in. You stub your toe and it's bleeding. Ouch. What do you want me to do? We've all done it, dude. Don't cry. It's not a big deal. It's bad, though. I don't know how you stubbed it and it's bleeding. That's sort of weird. What did you stub it on? You know? God, you people are just unbelievably obnoxious, man. It's really like it's just weird, man. You're just screwed up. You're just a fucking mess, aren't you? You are. You're just a mess. Why don't you ask me if Sam the Raven's still alive and shit? Like, what is the matter with you people? Found a Bigfoot track outside my home and found snail. Oh, that's female. Be careful. She's an estrus. Be careful, Richie. I would, yeah, if there's a snail trail, absolutely. I'm serious. I don't understand people being so rude. So rude. Like the whole, is Sam the Raven still, do you still have the Raven? This question is just like, what is the matter with you people? I mean, seriously. Yeah, the shell's looking good, right? Paul. What's your name, right? Paul. We'll call you Paul. Yeah, it's looking good. It's coming together. Filthy, but let me go do this and we'll go to Wegmans, okay? I just gotta drink some green drink, and that's it. All right, Paul. We'll call you Paul, okay? Powell, if you. I don't know how to pronounce that. And we'll never really know who you are, isn't that right? Isn't that right? Right? Because it's the internet. We'll never know who you are, correct? It's fine. You seem sort of harmless. I don't know. What can you do anyway? As long as you don't say anything obnoxious, it's fine. Poel. You know, that's the whole deal. If you're not using your real name, you're not using your real name. I'm going to get aluminum foil and see if I can use that. If you're not using your real name and you're using some whatever, it's all an alias. There's a reason why you're using aliases, because you don't want to be known. People that have aliases, like, it boggles my mind. Like, you know, you keep changing your name and stuff. Like, there's a reason for that. Like, why? That's what I would say. Why? You know, I get some people are like, don't like their names, you know? I get that, like, my mom's name was Donna Sue, and she hated Donna, you know? So she went by Sue. I wish I would have gotten aluminum foil. I didn't. Well, if Instagram overheats, it overheats. I don't know what else to do. Let me see. It's gonna overheat. Oh yeah, there we go. How's that? Simple as that. Tony Barina. I was just thinking about the germs. Jesus Christ. What a band. What a band. I was back in my punk days. I'd go see shit like that when I was in the Navy, and so I had nothing to do. I had this one friend that was totally into it too, Nick. Nick was sick of the military. When we were in Fort Lauderdale, we were about 2 miles off shore. He jumped ship, and some people from the ship met him with some clothes. They said that he was like right on the strip, shivering. You know. Went back to New Orleans or to Louisiana to grow weed. That's what he wanted to do. He said, "Fuck this shit. I'm sick of this shit. I'm leaving." He had great stories. He was one of those people in the Navy that like I considered him a friend. He was crazy. Yeah. But I mean, he had all these fucking stories, like. He's a little bit older, maybe, you know, a year or two, something like that. Sort of in the scene in New Orleans. And his whole plan was to go back, and he said, you know, I know where property is. I'm going to grow weed. Nobody's going to see it. It's back in the bayou. Nobody's going to see it. I'm sure that's what he did. They don't really go looking for you anymore. You know, as far as I know, they don't. You might get pulled over, though. I don't recommend doing it. Finish out your years and then do whatever. Military blows. I didn't like it. I'm glad people are doing it. I'm glad people stay in it. I didn't want to. Shit was not fun. It was okay. It was okay for that time in my life, for sure. I learned a lot. And if it wasn't for me doing that, I wouldn't. You know, I mean, it got me to make art and everything. You know, it was a lucky accident that I, you know, ended up in the hospital with a fucked up leg. Speaking of my leg, man, my leg, I just don't understand why I'm not limping. I'm not getting this. The pain. God, I'd have like a 10 every day, you know? I might have, I don't know. day of one. You know, I don't know what to think. Glad I didn't get a hip operation, I'll tell you that. Hell, December 28th, I was looking at my medical shit. That's what last time I was talking to my doctor, I was saying, asked her about recovery time for a hip replacement. It's extensive what they do. It's not fun. Definitely couldn't go home, be by myself. I could have be by myself when I get the hernia operation. You know, if somebody would have driven me home, I don't know how I would have functioned with the dogs. I was fucked up for days. Just the general anesthetic alone was, oh my God, you ever had that? And they don't want you to move, right? So they put you in a deep thing. So that would be the same with the hip. They don't want you moving around. You're gonna be under. It's not like a colonoscopy. That was like nothing. I was up and around. Felt pretty normal pretty fast. Smoothie was good. I need to make more smoothies. I just need to make them and keep them in the fridge like I normally do. I feel better when I drink them, that's for sure. Wegmans better have my shit ready. They always do this too. Like I'll call it in and it's supposed to be ready, and then you go in there and it's not ready. Why is it not ready? I called it in. It said after 12 I'm here. I don't really need anything in there. There's stuff at home I can eat. I'm not gonna go shopping. I got enough to make smoothies, that's all I need. I have meat in the freezer that I could thaw. Get chicken for the dogs, at least for a couple more days. And then I'll start stocking up again, like every time I go to Walmart. That was interesting. Somebody on the lawn, like laying on a blanket with a blanket over them. I don't know. It's not cold out, I'll tell you that. Maybe they were doing it to keep the sun off of them. I have no idea. God damn, it's green. It's crazy. It's about to peak like tomorrow or the next day. Looks like everything. Well, that one's still going. Pawpaw trees are not leafed out. But I mean, my God. It's like just the mountains are just, it's green. Reminds me of like looking at them at a distance. You know those like fake trees? But like if you were at a train set, that's what it reminds me of. Tree made out of some kind of moss or lichen that's spray painted. Yeah, I gotta keep working on the I gotta work on the shell some more. I really want to get that thing sort of up. And now that I'm working on that bottom part, sort of seen a little bit of an issue, not much, with having it together. I might have to redesign how I thought it was going to be. Maybe not. I also have the option of using thin plywood down there to make it real sturdy, and then it could be bolted together, which is not a bad idea. That might be what I do, because those things come down and go out like that. It doesn't leave me a lot to like dovetail together. I don't know. I get it together. But I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait till it like actually looks like a fan scallop, painted and everything. Move some stuff around in the barn. I have to do some more setup for. I'm working on stuff for video, and that's all I can say right now. But once it starts rolling, it's gonna roll. But if I don't do, I gotta do this stuff. So just know that I am working on stuff for video coming up. And I keep saying this, like the live streams, they sort of start dwindling because I got other shit going on. Whatever, blah blah blah. Sound like an adult on Charlie Brown. Blah blah blah. It's all crap. There's a lot of sports cars in town. I noticed that. This is a touristy area. There's the Watkins Glen International Speedway. So this year, the last 2 years, it was dead. This year, it's crazy. You go down to Watkins Glen, there's all those like tourists. I don't know where they come from. I think from down south and from Canada, I think. Like if you're from down south, this is exotic. I mean, and it's warm now, so it's like it looks totally different. I appreciate you guys going with me. I do. I appreciate you all. Sometimes it might not seem like it, but you all that follow my channel, I really appreciate it. People that aren't trolls, I really appreciate you all. Nobody should be trolling anyone. It's the truth. Never be contacting people on email or messenger or writing shit underneath somebody's stuff. It shouldn't be happening, but it does. I don't sound like I'm all high and mighty, like moral or something about it, but it's the truth. It's like, god damn, when I talk about like childish temper tantrum or something. Gonna say rotten shit about somebody, or I'm gonna try and make them feel like crap. You know, that's a big one. People that want to make people feel like crap. I got stuff in my ears. I got styrofoam. It doesn't make sense to me. But I guess it takes all kinds, right? This life would be sort of boring without them? No. Life could still be interesting without those people. so exhausted by the time I'm getting up like at 7:30. By the time it's 11:30, I'm just like, it's the way to do it. Exhaust yourself, and then you're out. I'm out for the count, man. I sleep all night, and then I wake up. Well, I wake up in the morning, or like if somebody texts me, I hear that, I need to turn that shit off. I don't need notifications, really. I'm gonna check my phone every now and then anyway. Sometimes it's good, like my friend that's coming down, she doesn't sleep well, I'm sure. She's probably got weird sleep habits because of what's going on with her. She's gonna get an operation. She texted me and I texted her back. I heard it and I looked and it was like 3:30 or something. She was like, I hope it didn't wake you. She didn't really. You can't really wake me because I might be asleep at any moment too. Like, you know, I'll just, if I'm not out, if I go watch TV, like it's afternoon, evening, or even morning, I'm asleep like in no time. Driving a car is difficult. Like it depends on how long I'm doing it. 4 hours is like, God. I feel sick afterwards. I do. It makes me feel terrible. Can't explain it. It's always been like that. Even when I was a kid, I'd sleep in school. I'd always be sleeping. It's weird that they didn't, you know, he sleeps a lot in class, you know, what's up with that? Well, he's up watching Johnny Carson too, so, you know, what are you gonna do? I loved watching Johnny Carson. I would wait. I'd see who the comedian was. I always wanted to watch that. I was sort of sad when Johnny left. And it was Jay. Stopped watching it when it was Jay Leno. Oh wow. Somebody broke a window. Cops are there. Better be ready. What am I gonna do here? I got 2 phones. I guess I'm going to hide the phones and go in, and if my phones get ripped off, then they get ripped off, I guess. I don't know. What's the choice? Hide the Yeti. I'm gonna park up towards the... No, we'll park back here. It's more inconspicuous. If somebody steals the shit, I'm gonna have them on camera. But there's cameras out here too. Don't you think? I'm going to do this, and I'm gonna run in and get it. Here's this phone that I don't use because it just doesn't, I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with it. It's ridiculous. Let's do this. Right? Hang on. This is like what I do at Home Depot. Right? How about that? Now listen, if somebody steals my phones, they have a viral video, right? They're insured. But, and that's a big but. Alright, you ready? I'll be real quick. I need a mask. These masks are no good. They aren't. They really don't protect you from anything. But I'm gonna wear it anyway. I need more N95s. They were giving them away here. I'm gonna stay right here because this guy in this car is on his phone. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's parked like a dick, right? And he's scrolling through shit. So, for all I know, the idiot could be on my stream. Take my fucking phones. Isn't that a funny gag? It's like a lime green, ugly truck. You know what? Give me the other phone. There it is. Let me get the license plate. Okay, he's taking off. Let me do this. I'll be right back, alright? Alright, I'll be right back. Be quick. we go. There we go. We got those. Nobody ripped off the cameras. That's good. I didn't even move the Yeti. Somebody could have taken it. Plug these back in. So just leave it like that. My hands are filthy. I want to eat some strawberries, but my hands are just so gross. Use the sanitizer. I'll tell you, every idiot and their brother was in there. Some asshole was fucking in the pharmacy wringing out their food. Oh, okay. Can't you go to the fucking... You know, hey, look, listen. The guy in the Jazzy, I understand why he was taking some time, okay? But this woman was just taking up people's time that she didn't need to take up. Give me a fucking break, lady. Go check out your food someplace else. This guy didn't want to do it. He wants to fucking... Oh, those are good. They're cheap, they're on sale. I wish strawberries were even bigger than this. I wish cherries were the size of like a soccer ball. A softball. Why can't they make them bigger? Sorry, Slick. Okay on gas, sort of. My friend Milk Paint knew this woman. I forgot what her name was. But she was hanging out and working for him and shit. She was a fruitarian. Not a healthy diet. She got pregnant. She ate the placenta, which I know everybody's heard this. You don't need to eat the placenta. It's gross. You know, I'm sorry, but no thanks. Oh, God. Could you imagine? Gross, man. What kind of mumbo jumbo? Do you believe that you want to eat the placenta? That is foul. But, I mean, talking about an extreme person. Real extreme, because she's a fruitarian. How could just eating fruit be a healthy diet? And she got a kid. She was making the kid into that too. Like, what? What are you gonna fuck that kid up? Hang on. I believe that there's horrible people, okay? The question is there more horrible dog owners or more horrible people that have children? There's more children than there are dogs, all right? But I think that there's some parents that really shouldn't have been parents. You know, you're sort of stuck with the parents you get too. Not that you have to deal with them. You do not have to deal with your parent. Just because they're your parent doesn't mean you have to deal with them. That's a thing that everybody should know. And if you go to therapy or something, your therapist will say that you do not need to deal with family members if it's so dysfunctional with them. You do not have to deal with them. Dogs are sort of stuck with their owners, stuck in a situation. You are as a child, but as soon as you do whatever you want, they can't control you. So, you know, there's a lot of bad parenting out there. I was in Brooklyn, I'd see it all the time. My parents want the best, but they did do some things right. A lot of bad parents. I'm sure it's like it's a spectrum of parenting. You know, from terrible to sort of bad, or you know, like neglect is not good. Just making poor decisions as a parent, not thinking of how it's going to shape your child's development, how they're going to respond after you do that as an adult. You have to take all that into consideration dealing with your kid. And I think that it's a common thing with a child or a kid or a dog. Oh, this will be easy. That's, you know, I think that most kids want to read a book on children. You know, even if you picked up Dr. Spock or something from the 60s, you're going to be better off than, you know, there's more, certainly there's more stuff on the subject now at this point, you know, more up to date. But the other thing is, I don't think the parents want, they're not going to go ask for help. but like, I don't understand what's going on. My child's doing this. Because it's like having a dog, you're supposed to be able to deal with the dog so people don't contact the person the dog trainer for an intervention. They just put up with it, and then the dog goes south. I think most humans are too worried about what people think. Like, it's impossible to swallow pride. They don't want to look a certain way or something. It's a shame, you know. And, you know, it's like with a kid, they blame it on the kid, certainly. It's the kid's fault. They do the same thing with the dog. Like I said, like the kid, once the kid's an adult, you don't have to deal with that shit. You know, you keep yourself in that situation, it's your own fault. The dog is just stuck with the shit owner that thinks that they know what they're doing and they don't. It's gut-wrenching, you know, it is, for me as a dog trainer to watch people deal with dogs. It's nothing worse than the overly loving owner creating a problem, you know. But just this mentality of somebody adopts a dog and clearly the dog, it's always the dog was abused because the dog gets excited around men or something. It's just like, you don't know what you're talking about to say stuff like that. That is absurd. It is. It's just absurd. And that whole mentality, if that was true, that the dog has a problem about men, you better look for a male dog trainer. But no, they'll look for a female dog trainer thinking like that'll be better. No. You get the dog better. You don't, you know, do you understand what I'm saying? You work on getting the dog better, not keeping the dog in this position that, you know, come on. Get the fuck out, get the fucking dog to where it needs to be and just start, you know, someone that can explain it to the dog. Do the same thing with a kid, you don't have much choice, you know, unless the kid is like taken away from the parent, you know. But I mean, as an adult, you're away from that influence, and then you need to, you know, like the dog trainer, you need to talk to the therapist about your interactions with your parents when you were younger, because no matter what you think, you need somebody else's perspective. It's just a fact. You need somebody that's going to tell you what you don't want to hear. And that can be real difficult for people. So you pay somebody to do that. And that's effective. I mean, the most effective thing is, you know, a combination of talk therapy and a doctor giving medication for sure. And then I've been told if a person doesn't want to do talk therapy, still do the medication. But the combination of both is really the route to take. Parents cause problems that they're not thinking about it down the line, and get so frustrated because they have all these problems in their life that they caused, and then it's the kid that like takes the brunt of it. With a dog, it's sort of different. You know, there's no psychological damage with a dog. They're totally resilient because they don't have the gray matter that we have. We have this, like, you know, ability to have a memory. Dogs respond. Their memory is like brain body, you know, it's like really tied in. But we sit around and ponder thought and think about, you know, things that happened to us in the past, and even things that are like blacked out, like you don't remember it, but it's still there. You know, so, some things it's good you don't want to remember. There might be a reason for that. You don't need to remember it because there was so much trauma. Yeah, I just I don't know. Life can be real sad, you know. Probably figure out the percentage of, like, with statistics on using the 6 million dogs that are put down. And no, it'd be impossible because, you know, there might be a parent that's just terrible, but they still have their kid, you know, which is sometimes worse. You know, you learn so much from your parents. Whether you want to or not, you're influenced by them, like, so greatly. Like, I was talking about this the other day. Like, I learned things from both my parents that I like some things that I learned from them, and then there's things that I really had to shuck aside and say, well, I don't want to be like my parents in that way. You know, really make a conscious effort not to do it. Some stuff was easy, like my dad's racist comments and all that shit. That was easy. I was like, even as a kid, I was like, I don't want to go down that road. He had some likable qualities, but that was very flawed. I tend to have compassion for him and think of why he would say that stuff. Because he's like a dark-skinned kid in a kind of affluent world. So I think he did it trying to fit in, and then it just sort of stayed with him. You know, I don't know. And then there are people who adopt dogs for raising children, doing the damage on two fronts. Well, that's very true. Yeah, there's people that get puppies, you know, and they know that they're gonna have a kid. You know, they're gonna have a baby. Like, you're you know, you don't have enough on your fucking plate. You know, you don't. I tell people, like, anytime I told that to somebody that I had a dog there that I trained, I tried to talk him out. No, we're gonna try it, and if it doesn't work, then we're gonna send him to you. Well, then the pandemic happened, and then the dog went south for a long time. It's a difficult dog. They should not have done that. And if they were gonna do that, they should have passed the puppy to me when it was real young, because that avoids a lot of shit. You know, that's the best owners, are the owners that contact me. Yeah, I'm getting a puppy. I'm getting it on such and such date. I think I'll keep it around for 2 weeks, and then I'm gonna bring it. Always, it's the case that, oh, this is really hard. Do you mind if I bring it early? No, bring it on. But it isn't easy. Humans are arrogant. You know? Oh, I can do it. Some kind of weird thought that like it'll be good practice. How is that good? I heard somebody say, I've raised children, so raising a dog will be easy. Oh, you fucking dick. And then it wasn't. You know? I know somebody who's got a puppy right now, and I think they're finding out that it's not that easy. It isn't easy at all. Probably just knocked out the electrical cord going to the barn. Where's the raven? You don't even know his name. He's at home. I don't know his name, Jordan. It's just the raven. It's kind of rude. Don't you think? I do. I don't know. I see it as sort of rude. Oh, man. Taking the B complex. That's better. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, that's his name. He's inside. You know what I miss? Oh, why didn't I go to Kentucky Fried Chicken? Seriously. I was down there in Corning. I was... Why did I do that? What about Ray Liotta? Ray Liotta just died? Are you kidding me? Of what? Ray Liotta just died. How? What happened? I don't know yet. Life is short, man. You never know when you're gonna go. You don't. Take advantage of it. As much you can. Ray Liotta is dead. 67 years old. It's not that old. Cartwheel, Ray Liotta died. God, he was good in Goodfellas. He was great, you know. Can't say that makes my day. It's sort of a cherry on top for this month. That sucks. I'm gonna go. See you, Ace. What's up, Nixie?